How's it going? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Overworld 2, Mario 3. I gotta replay Mario 3 at some point in my life. I played it a lot when I was young, but just haven't played it so much. It's a very good Mario. Where's my controller?
Deep into that darkness peering.
Do I have stuff activated? I think I do. Dude. Cool. Well. Gun. that one is the best one to change mode. Or where is this last one? It's there. No, the other one's better. I'm here. So there's one here. Really? Mental. Nice hand. Another option is starting with this spell. So reveal is already done. There is a possibility of doing this spell here. See if I like it. is like this. Kind of weird. Like, it's probably optimal. I don't know if I like it. Well, I mean, Mantork works too. No, Mantork doesn't work. But it is very optimal because I saved some menu. Like that. That means I don't need to put this spell on the next one. So on the next one I go like bind into shields. Stuck. No, no, dude. Is it late? I think it's fine. I wonder if just going for the heads is better. I think like head and arm. Like that. That's what I'm thinking. Now let's see if it's enough magic. Because I did the menu differently, because it's faster. Like doing the mix during the shield. It saves a tiny bit of time. But it's less magic. Completely fine. Amazing. Alright, that's pretty cool. Like a very solid Michael. The only thing that I feel like it's still scuff is the Trapper room. I feel like the Trapper Goon, the Trapper Goon can be better. Not this one, the one where I summon a trap. So after this. So here. No. Yes. The Trapper is so far away when I do that. That's not bad. And I can get very good angles. Alright, cool. So, gun. Oh, that's really bad. I cannot go for the ladder. Cool, 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 cool. Don't shoot. Okay, it seems really hard to like something like that. Like it's possible. It's hard. Like I'm better off just doing that. Losing a tiny bit of time on animations. Awesome. I really don't want that. Just like pause. Do I have the magic immediately? I do have the magic immediately. I can do it like right away. Not really a problem with that. So the big question is here, like, because I've been doing an extra mantra pool for the sanity, but we still kind of have this one. I don't, okay, so it's over here. I'm not gonna lose any health here. And it's only beneficial if I can get more than half of my maximum sanity. Otherwise, it's useless. And even with that, it's not that useful because it's very rare that you're gonna go into low health in Pious. I just don't see it happening. Okay, so it's around there, so... So when I pass this line, is I match Y. And the big question is, does it actually save time? So we got this in 5. Now let's do this. That's 47 frames. That's not bad at all. It's less than a second. It's not bad. Darkness speedrun tricks. Alex End, Portal Cancel. Oh, I don't even have it on the. I do add it. Okay, so moving in Dispel. Cutscene. Free guest. It's maybe medium difficulty because you need to time it. The risk is pretty low, and the time save is 47 divided by almost 60. Okay, so let's say 0. It's less than 60, so 0.8. I want to say. Okay. That's pretty cool. Let's do some runs. Bow.
Deep into that darkness peering. Long I stood there.
Double. And a sideways leg. I've been listening a bunch to the new album of Abre de Gandul. I think I like it a lot. Like every day I like it more. I like it more than the fourth one, for sure. Some songs even, I would say, have some vibes of the second album. Just a little bit on the more relaxed parts. The second half of the album, I would say, is not as strong as the first half. But I still like it. And I think the third song is my favorite. I don't remember the name. It's also the one that reminds me the most of the second album. Yeah, and as soon as I get a good war record in this, I'm gonna start doing... I think first I'll dwell a little bit into possible Switch 2 time saves. Just to get the stuff, like the groundwork for if that ever happens.
I cannot say what was the true beginning.
Which I think if it happens is 2026 or 2027. But you know, once it happens, we have a lot of work ready for it. And some estimations and stuff. So that's a little bit, that could be 1 or 2 streams. And then after that, it's probably... I have 2 options. Which are not... They don't exclude each other, necessarily. Maybe a little bit, because I have a hard time doing too many things on the stream. So one option is I dwell into 200%, which is probably a week or 2 of routing, honestly. So just research and making a route for beating the game 3 times and all that with 100% conditions, which is probably gonna be on US because I haven't been able to figure out cutscene skip for earlier in Japanese. And since we get Mantorog, you still have like the easy setup for moving in belt cutscene, unlike on any percent. So it's mostly fine. So that's one option, and the other option is I've been thinking of playing Chrono Trigger. I could do it on my own, but it would probably be cool to do it on stream. And maybe checking out the DS version, or if there is, I don't know, an SNES mod that you can play it on a SNES emulator, but it's basically the DS version. Because I never seen the cutscenes, actually. As much as I play that game, I always play it on SNES back in the day. And I never checked out the cutscenes from Akira Toriyama, even on their own, because I kind of wanted to do it on a playthrough. And I also have no idea, I have 0 knowledge of the DS extra content. So it's a possibility if I can make the emulator work. Forgot to sneak. Yeah, I need to get ready for the red splits on early game. I might even like switch to balance splits if it gets too rough. Just because of this psychological effect. Because it literally doesn't matter. You know, I have 2 minutes to save. But it's on like one of the last splits, so. And I still need to be like on a good run if I want the 49. I pretty much need to save those 2 minutes almost entirely. So balance can also, like if I do balance, I'll do manual balance. I'm not gonna do actual balance because those 2 minutes, like on the whole splits, that's actually really bad. I don't want that. Like evenly spaced. Yeah, the stamina has been horrendous here. Probably another time loss. Yeah, and the reason why I want to replay Chrono Trigger is, I mean, I always wanted to replay it. I've never played on the stream. I haven't played in a while. Jesus, 4 seconds. Oh my god. Okay, but we have that time zone, Anthony, apparently. And currently I'm designing a game that is an RPG, and its mechanics are heavily based in some of the Chrono Trigger ideas. So I want to remember how Chrono Trigger does some stuff to learn from it. And a little bit about the progression
From my research,
on gameplay and things like that.
that the endeavor...
You know, very specific but simple things, like something like how many types of enemies you get on the first area, stuff like that. It's very helpful. Or how many types of enemies per area in general as well.
Oh my god, what is it?
How many new mechanics you get introduced
We should get out of here.
with the pace and things like that.
You have proven what we have feared the most.
Not sure where I lost those 10. Vibron storage? Maybe I got a sanity effect? Like a boss sanity effect? Might have been that. Like empty inventory? Is either that or just a lot of micro mistakes? I gotta say though, Twitch has been horrendous with viewer cheat like lately. I know I didn't stream for a month and a half. Not because I wanted to, but because I have a hand injury. I literally wasn't able to stream. Like play any video games. But I've been struggling to get anything, even with what is supposedly my most viewed game in general, you know? Like most of the time it's like I branch out of another game that I want to speedrun and turn to Eternal in order to, you know, get some attention. And it's funny because a lot of the time when I'm running other cheat, people are like, when is Pandora gonna speedrun Eternal and come back to the game and destroy it again? And I'm like, that's literally happening now. And with Hyper Heaven it was the same. When I was doing content for that, all the people that were all the time like, when are you gonna do... Oh my god. That's so bad. When are you gonna do Hybrid Eternal? They weren't watching. And then frame 1 I stopped doing Hybrid Eternal. all those people want something. Like, what do you want? How do I dance for you?
So,
Impossible.
you have come to return my...
Yeah, I might lose these 10 seconds if no more. But I think, you know, that's one of my biggest weakness as a runner. I have two big weakness as a runner. Let me do this trick before I keep talking, though. The wrong can't die here. I'm gonna YOLO it because this run is bad. Okay. I tried. Really wanted to save some extra time. It's like 1.5 seconds. It's not a whole lot, but I fell behind. So my biggest weakness as a runner is that I practice too much. That's also a strength, of course, but I'm not that great at grinding compared to other runners. I'm not a grind heavy runner, I'm a practice heavy runner. That's also a problem for me, like in real life in general. Like I had the same problem in Go. I study a lot of theory and do exercises way more than I played the game. And so I know a lot of stuff, but you also need to apply those things in games in order to, you know, have that knowledge for real. And so when I'm in games with situations I'm not very familiar with, I usually get problems. And a lot of that is because I have autism, so I like to, you know, be completely familiar with this stuff I do. And I'm scared of new territory in general. So it happens on speedrun too. I usually practice route and I'll do all those stuff way more than I grind. Compared to other runners. So that's my first weakness. And my other weakness is I find it really hard to do speedruns without an audience. Because I get bored as hell. I'm very bad at just running a game. Like, I know there's a lot of people, there's a lot of runners that can literally just speedrun offline. I cannot do it, dude. Because I'd rather do other stuff. So then I speedrun online, of course, but if I don't have an audience, I also get bored. And I start thinking, like, I could be doing other stuff instead. I also get a lot of intrusive thoughts that end up distracting me from the run, even more so than an active chat. Like, it's funny, I lost runs because of chat. That's my fault, by the way. It's never the chat's fault. It's my fault because I'm reading the chat instead of paying attention. But I would actually argue that I've lost more runs because of not having chat. Because then my brain is like constantly saying, what am I doing this? And I can't concentrate in the run anyways. Because I start questioning my life. And like, why do I even have a channel in the first place? And yeah, those thoughts don't stop. But if there's someone in the chat, then they stop immediately, of course. And the worst part is that I feel like even if I had like, let's put ourselves in a very good situation. Let's say I have 100 viewers, which is impossible. That's literally impossible. That's never gonna happen. But let's say it happens, but still nobody talks. Literally nobody talks. I'm gonna go crazy anyways. If anything, I'll feel more pressure because I'm like, dude, there's so much people watching. Why? Why is like nobody saying anything? Like is everyone like watching in a room together, making fun of me? What is going on? This is so weird. I'll probably go more crazy.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I.
Then there are other intrusive thoughts like, okay, what if I weren't trans? Maybe I will have a bigger audience. You know, either as a cis male or cis female. Or if I weren't Chilean, I don't know. Or if I would stream in Spanish. Maybe I should get like headphones, like other headphones. Like for my cell phone or something. Not the ones on the computer, so something to like listening to music that is not on the stream. At least for parts where because most of the run I don't even need to listen to the game. There are specific places, and you will see on runs. There are some places where I put the headphones on. I can hear the game feed right now. By the way, the headphones are on the desk, but they are like they have a lot of volume, so I can hear it. You cannot hear it because of the filter on my microphone, but I can hear it. I can barely hear it. It's just having headphones for too much time, it hurts my head because of my glasses and all that. And even if I didn't have glasses, it will hurt eventually. So I only put the headphones when I need to like pay a lot of attention, which is places in the game where you need to know if you have a sanity effect. And there's a bunch of good sanity effects that trigger sounds, for instance. So in those scenarios, like this one, for example, the one I'm getting right now, that one I don't need sound for. But this is just one of the good ones. There's like another 3 or 5, maybe, that I would like to have the phones in order to recognize. But those scenarios, there are like 3 of those in 100%. And then there's 2 extra things that are optimal to have headphones, but I don't always do it. I should do it more often though, which is max, because it helps know when the Guardian stops teleporting, in case it is out of camera. And in Pious last fight, because it helps with the artifact position as well. Because of the stereo sound. So all the camera positions, you can get a sound cue a little bit. So for Pious, I should always use headphones actually. Sometimes I just forget. Or I get a little bit too comfortable. Or if the run is bad, it's like, whatever. Who cares? But for any regular run, I should put the phones. And it's a mistake if I don't do it. Even on handle. Because you have Enchanted Gladius, but the ghosts don't have it. And there's a non-zero chance, very non-zero, that you'll get some bad artifacts with the ghost. I mean, we all saw the last record. I lost like 10 seconds because of that. To bad artifact, that's bad RNG, not my fault. But it could be even worse. Did I use the phones last time? I actually don't remember. If I didn't, could have been worse. Or rather, if I did, could have been worse. If I didn't, it's a mistake. But maybe I didn't because it wasn't that great of a record. And I was like, fuck it. Trust me, if the run was optimized, I would be very excited about an 8-second war record. But the run is super far from optimized. That's why I don't give a shit about an 8-second record.
It is apparent that the endeavors...
And that's why I did like a very lazy thumbnail for it on YouTube. Because I want to save the good thumbnails for the actual good runs.
God, what is it?
This devil's work. We should get out of here.
You have proven
And no, don't say, oh, but dude, it's a record. Pandora, it's the best run in the world. Yeah, but nobody plays this shit. It's not an optimized record. You can say that with my Advanced Wars records. So Advanced Wars, also nobody plays that shit. That said, there is one more runner. That was sort of top level as well. So I got my record taken a couple times. Not like on this game. In this game, it has never happened. And that's where it happened. And I had to take it back. But in that game, I actually optimized the record. And the 80% and all missions are really good records. Which you can just beat. And I can just beat. And if I beat them by 8 seconds, I'll be super happy. This category? No. Not optimized at all. I have 2 minutes to cut from this. Only after that I can feel happy about saving seconds. Well, not happy, but let's say proud. And yeah, this Elia was actually pretty decent, and I still lost time. That's crazy. My early game is insane. That is something I can be proud of, I guess. Like, it's another thing. The previous PV, again, not a great PV, 8 seconds. But if you take away the 5th try restore, which is the 2 minutes I lost, by the way, on literally one trick, that would have been the run. That would have been a very, very clean run. Grab it. Very bad movement.
So, you have come to return my...
Bleeding walls. I should actually check. Like, if I had to reset early, I should check immediately. If I see bleeding walls, if there is even a chance of a bad sanity effect on the stairs. Like how we are doing in time on the sanity timer. And also if I have more cues for bleeding walls, because that's like, okay, that's a visual cue for bleeding walls on... Oh no, wait a minute. Oh no, we don't see this one. We skip this one. Yeah, okay. And I don't know if there is more visual cues, like I don't see any here. I don't see any here, so bleeding walls, it's probably already over. So how much time is from the last visual cue until the stairs? After horror skip? Is something I should know. So I can avoid that, what I did right there. That's a safety measure to avoid sanity effects on this room. So Kareem and Anthony are probably some of my very important cushions. And also, I think there's a little bit on Lindsay, a little bit on Paul. And probably on Michael as well. Like, I still need to clean my Michael, because I haven't played in runs a whole lot. Oh, dude. It's a bad start. That's why I practice a lot before starting a run. The beginning of the stream.
Dreams. Modern psychology of...
Yesterday I ended up adding some stuff to these cogs. So apparently I had some releases from a local Chilean band that were not in Discogs, so I added them. And also adjusted and added some photos to a release that like photos and didn't have the duration of the songs. Stuff like that. So here's one example of something that maybe you could do on Switch 2, which is do a dead skip on this horror, even on Pandora. So I don't do it on Pandora because I can get a crash, but maybe it doesn't crash on Switch 2, and so you could gamble. You're still gambling a little bit because even if you don't get a crash, there's still one possible softlock. Now that said, I actually haven't seen a sanity effect here in forever, which is kind of funny. I know I'm using recovery, but recovery is only a 50% of getting explosion right here. Probably a 50%, we actually don't know. But feels like a 50%. I actually don't remember if I got the record. We'll see now. Gotta pay attention to my health. I got it. Curse camera. Just give me back my camera. It would be so beautiful. Okay. Still not my favorite camera, but it makes this faster, technically. It's fine. Yeah, fierce. Why? How? Why? No. Hi, why 9? No. Why? Why would you grab me there? One, two. Beacon, how's it going? I haven't seen you in forever. Yes, I had to take about a month and a half of forced vacation from Twitch, or at least speed running. I could have done streams without gameplay, but I'm not really a no gameplay. I have a hard time doing no gameplay streams. Fuck my life, dude. Because I have a hand injury. So I couldn't speedrun, and I couldn't play a whole lot of games. I could only play games with one hand. But I came back like 2 weeks ago, maybe? I wanna say? Or are we gonna half? I actually don't remember. This feels like not enough magic. I'm not even gonna try it. That's less than 30. Unfortunate. Hello? What? Again, why do you hate me? What? I should reset. I should actually reset, but I can still record, but it's a bad run. I'm just gonna reset. Fuck it. Kareem's hard. Might not be an optimized run, but it's still hard to finish runs. Nice leg. Can we get another one? No. Was that a frame of leg? Not sure. Might have been. But the first leg was a lot of frames. Nice thinking animation.
To think that once I could not see beyond. Freya, you just did like the cutest noise while sleeping.
No. That's something funny. That only works if you do the turnaround during like the cutscene or whatever. The turnaround toward, because Pius turns towards one of the zombies. If he's not trying to target a zombie with a neutral attack, then you just snap
I cannot
towards
say
the
what
button.
was the true beginning, nor am I.
Like that part of the code is actually like it's good. It's doing what it's supposed to. Not to say that the other part is bad, but like the oversight comes from the targeting, the automatic targeting that the neutral attack has. But remember, just because a speedrunner abuses it doesn't mean it's bad coding or that developers are lazy or anything like that. Don't let anyone tell you that. If a casual player doesn't spot it, then it's well made. Only when casual players spot it, then you have the right of saying, "Oh, developers are lazy." Otherwise, it's a well-made game. And this is a great example of a well-made game. It took us forever, us as the speedrun community, to figure out the glitches of this game. This game was mostly glitchless for more than a decade, I wanna say. The glitch meta started on 2019, I think. Game came out on 22. And the first speedrun of the game is 2005, I believe. And up to a record on 2017, which is the last record before my run, before I took the record. Mostly glitchless. And when I took it, it was also mostly glitchless. Just a little bit after I took it, we got like the first big glitch. We'd say like a minute. And also the first skip of the game. Of skipping one of the time-consuming puzzles entirely. Earn skip. Sneak a lot here. should do it.
Okay, I will, yeah.
Such a good idea to run against. I also feel like next finish run, even if it's not a record, like if I don't PB but I just finish a run, I'm probably gonna get the sum of best below 48. Especially now that I practice more
From my
Michael.
research, it is apparent that the
I definitely have a good goal to make on that chapter. And apparently I have another one on Roberto, because last run we gold in Roberto without doing a 2-second trick. Which I'm not doing anymore, by the way, because he only saves like 2 seconds, and it can literally kill your run. I'm not killing the run, putting the run on risk for 2 seconds.
Proven what we have feared the most.
But if I golded without that, that means all my other, you know, previous splits, which I done it with that stupid trick, all of those had a 2-second advantage, but then I golded anyways. And that probably means that I can gold even better. Even without the trick, because again, I'm not doing the trick. Fuck it. But it's fine. That trick still has its place in a niche category. Like when I run through 100%, I have to do it on my first playthrough out of 3. Because when skipping the cutscene on true categories saves like a minute. Because you can press start to skip cutscenes. Unlike on this category. So in this category, it only saves the time of loading the cutscene. Which plus the entire setup ends up being about 2 seconds time save. At the risk of a soft lock. Like on 200%, if I feel unsafe, I can even save before doing it. Even if I don't get it first try, I'm probably gonna save time. Because the cutscene is long. I also still yearn for the day where someone else runs this game. Like I'm not the only one in the leaderboard active. I yearn for competition. You. Or just activity. Like, I like to review runners' runs. I will literally review your run for free. If you want. L7, how's it going? It is hard on top level, but so is any other game. If you're not running on top level, it's not a hard run. If you try to run like me, yeah, it's hard. But you should never like measure yourself with a Warregger player. That's like a good thing to not do on every game. Like in terms of leaderboard, you can actually get second place on every category. Most categories for free, because my run is the only one. And on any percent no CS, the main category that has a bunch of runs, you can still get second place with just a decent amount of effort. And third or fourth place with barely any effort. Like, I think you can get... I don't know. Ooh, this could be a sanity effect. Please don't be. It is. Fuck you, and it is a long one. Fuck you, it's Head of Shakespeare. Come on, dude. How do we fail that? That sucks. Yeah, so it's me, Nono, Narcath. And after that is Cope, I think. Is it? Okay, that means you can get fourth place literally with just learning the game. And finish a run. You don't even need to be good. Because fourth place is barely a sub 2 hours. Which, if you put any amount of like seriousness into learning the game and just plays like the most basic strats and everything, you should get under a 150. Like, without even trying. So, fourth place is free.
Dreams.
And then third and second, it's
Modern
just a decent amount of effort. Like, second is definitely harder because I think Nono has a 31 something. So you need to get a low 31 or 30, 130, and that's not easy. But it's also not that hard, I would argue, if you are familiar with any other speedrun. Like, I would put that on easier than get, you know, top 50 on any popular speedrun. Considering popular speedruns have, like, hundreds of runners. And the first top 100 are usually not that bad, right? Like, if this game was more popular, in terms of, like, having more top runners, for example, then I would see, you could see something like having 10 runners under an hour and a half, for example. In that kind of environment, yeah, it's hard to get into top 10. But we are not in that environment. There's literally one run on under 130. And the gap between first and second place is like, is it like 8 minutes? Or 7? I don't remember. It's massive. Which means watching my stream is actually a very bad reference for measuring the difficulty of this run. Oh, that's from front. I'm gonna try to go behind. This might kill it. Yeah, and then even on my run, you see a fight like that, which is, it's a bad fight. Nobody's perfect. Okay, first time I see a sanity effect in forever here. And it's 20 seconds. I'm resetting. It's too much. So yeah, until you are second place, you don't need to reset there, for example. Trust me. You have 8 minutes. You don't care about 20 seconds. BRB. Welcome back. The beautiful song is called Atomización Ideológica. Ideologic atomization. Abretegandul is my favorite track of the last album. So far, at least. You know, I haven't listened to it enough times, so chances are I get another favorite track at some point. But right now is this one. It's great. I love it. CAD. Okay, how do we do this? I think I have a way to do this. If I put the camera like here, then I can probably switch it this way. You can see the mess in my room. But another thing you can see is a little girl. Oh, that splits? Okay, there you go. That's her, she's sleeping. I promise that's a cat. Oh, I did it on the dolphin? Oh, that sucks. Hang on. I need to copy this. Okay, there you go. She might eventually wake up. Double leg. Oh my god, my movement.
To think that once I could not see beyond. No. Bios.
It's interesting. So some people say that whoever says that is it's Mantra. Like I think that's the most accepted theory, that is that like Mantra speaking directly to the mind of the character or something like that. And it only happens in this area. Like it's Pius, it's Kareem, it's Roberto, and it's Michael. But on the other areas, it doesn't happen. All the other names are not mentioned. Destroy this, yeah, that one as well. Also, probably Mantra, I would say. Yeah, my 4 favorite characters: Pius, Kareem, oh, 5 I guess, Roberto, Michael, and Destroy This.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I.
Yeah, it has the... what is it, like echo? I love the sound design in this game, even though this game, it has some flaws in the sound design from the perspective of it has a lot of like library sounds, like stock sounds. It's full of stock sounds, it's crazy. But everything that is not a stock sound, it's amazing. And even the stock sound, I actually don't mind it too much. There's people that go crazy about them. I feel like a stock sound, if it's well used, I'm totally fine with it. I'm not a purist when it comes to sounds. Like, I would, even a Wilhelm scream, I would let it pass if you put it on the correct spot. Or if you're trying to make fun of your own game and in like a satiric way, it's also completely fine. But yeah, apart from that, this game, it's full of like uniquely developed sounds. And also a lot of work on the voices. A lot of like post-processing and effects on the voices, which make them amazing. And as well, the voices in general have very good mixing as well. I've seen even modern games that don't have the best mixing of voices, like in cutscenes. Sometimes you can barely listen. You can barely hear what they're saying. Whereas here is like super well mixed. To be fair, there's not a lot of background music in this game. Like during cutscenes, I don't if there is there any cutscenes with background music. There's a couple. Like the ending. Most of them have maybe ambient sound or that, but you still need to mix on that, you know. But of course, it's way harder if your game has constant soundtrack, which this game tends to be more ambience, particularly on cutscenes, because you know there is, you know, Kareem, Max, they have some amazing tracks. I mean, even now there is a track on this room, but it's mostly ambience. Yeah, that's... Yeah, I might need to reset it here. Yep. I don't know why I did that. Sneak way too much. Chimu.
To think that once I could not see beyond. Nice angle.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I.
Chat, I got a big WhatsApp message. I'm gonna mute because I wanna listen to it. Just so you know. Okay, I have to stop the message. Because, dude, what do you mean I get a sanity effect there? And it's the it's the stupid like Edward cinematic. Okay, so that's gonna make me lose like how much is it? Like 7 seconds here in Elia? So it's gonna look like a very bad red. But if I don't lose the run until Kareem, and if I get to finish Kareem, then we'll see a big time save there. So we'll see. That's so weird. I think when you see that, it's because your Elia, like the first part of your Elia is like so perfect that you actually avoided bleeding walls. I think that's when it happens. Very, very uncommon to see a sanity effect there. It's either that or just like the very rare RNG where you in fact just don't get bleeding walls at all. Which is also very rare, but it happens. That is super weird. Zombie, what the fuck? Okay, I'll mute again.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's time loss. I want to say only 8 to 7 of those seconds are, or rather, 7 or 8 of those seconds are not real. Only 3 or 2 are real time loss, which is me not playing great. The rest, we can actually save it on Kareem. If we make it to Kareem.
From my research, it is apparent that the endeavor...
Oh my God, what is
Lord,
it?
what happened? This devil's work. We should get out of here.
You have proven what we have feared the most.
That was a long message. It's from a friend. He has to leave the country in some time, so it's a lot of stuff to do. Can't even imagine living in another country. Like that feels so alien to me. I'm just so used to everything here. And like especially after traveling, you know, because I have traveled out of Chile. Especially more in the last years. And just being a couple days. Oh, dude, I'm playing like shit. Just being a couple days out, it's like there's a lot of weird shit that you have to get used to. Autism, am I right?
So, you have come to return my...
Okay, so I saw Bleeding Walls again. Last time I saw it and I got a sanity effect or not, I actually don't remember. Like I'm getting my runs mixed. Kinda sucks. This Anthony's pretty bad. Does some micro mistakes. Oh my god. I also had the feeling that in the last run I forgot to grab this. That codex. Right before resetting. Because I think I didn't quite see the rune like shining or glowing in the boss menu. And that's an indicator that you miss 100% and your run will be invalid if you finish it. So there's actually no point in finishing it. Unless you want to get golds or something like that in practice. I kind of want to reset now. This is like the worst. Okay, I'm gonna YOLO. Cool. She's not waking up. I don't think so. Oh, that was a leg. Okay, we still got the leg. I might mute some parts of Pius to also send a message. Just so you know.
To think that once I could not see beyond.
It only has to be places where I have only one hand. Maybe it's better to grind. I'm not sure. Like, I guess the cutscenes are not that long. Like this one. There's no way I can send a message here. Also 2 hours of early game. Maybe an hour and a half. I don't know how much I practiced at the beginning for Michael. I don't know if it was half an hour. Maybe it was like 20 minutes. I haven't seen Max yet today. And let me repeat it again. My stream, not a good reference for the difficulty of this game. Because I'm going for a record. You don't need to go. Stella, how's it going? Oh, now you wake up. When I put the camera away, you wake up and start moving and cleaning yourself. She knows. And start to stretch. Just got done with your stream? Nice. What do you stream? Claire Obscure. Never heard of it. What is it? We got a green on Pius, can you believe it? I need to play perfect for that. And get every trick on Pius.
I cannot say what was the true beginning, nor am I.
The only Claire I know is Claire de Lune. Expedition 33. Oh, that one. People were talking about that on my chat, I think yesterday or the other day when I did the record. But I didn't remember the, I guess, second part of the title or subtitle of the game. Just remember Expedition 33. How is it? Is it good? I still need a name for my untitled RPG. It's hard to... For me, it's actually very hard to keep names to stories. I have a story, Chad. My biggest story ever is something I started when I have like 12 years. And I'm still like expanding from time to time. It's a little bit of a legendarium. Lots of civilizations, an entire world, lots of cultures, magic, and stuff, and lots of things. Unrelated to the Untitled RPG, by the way. It's another thing. I tried to write a book about it at some point. I got like 3 chapters, and then I stopped. I have some maps of it, actually. That I draw when I was young. Some plasticine models as well. Like 3D maps of it. It doesn't quite have a name. Like the only name it has is the name of like the place. It's like if you do a story about Earth, you would call it Earth, you know, kind of like that. Which is a little bit of a boring name, but you know, it's like if the Lord of the Rings was literally called Middle Earth. Imagine that, you know. Which, fair enough, you know, Skates of Arcadia, it's called that. Like, Skates is Skates of the Earth. But at least it's Skates of, you know? It has, like, a little something to it. It's not just Arcadia. I still find it funny that nobody talks about the war as Arcadia in that game, though. Like, nobody refers to the war as Arcadia. The title is never mentioned. But it's fine. And I think in Japanese it was called Eternal Arcadia, which is also a pretty cool name. For the Eternal World. Eternal World fans. You probably like it knowing your tastes. You know my tastes, that's cool. Very fresh ideas, nice. Yeah, I was talking at the beginning of the stream, I was talking about what to do after I'm finished with this run. And one possibility was playing Chrono Trigger on the stream. And I was even thinking about playing the DS version, or if it exists an SNES version that it is like the DS version, like a mod. Because I've never played, and I've never seen the cinematics from Akira Toriyama. And also completely unfamiliar with the extra content of DS. Because I know it has some extra stuff. And I want to do it to get some ideas and some... like, mostly ideas for balancing and stuff for the game I'm designing right now. Because the mechanics are heavily based on Chrono Trigger, and I am already very familiar with FFX because I replayed it not long ago, and that's the other game from which I take mechanics from. I don't think a really great horror RPG exists. Like, there are a lot of... okay, not a lot, but there are horror games that have RPG elements, that's for sure. But like, quintessential RPG, kind of. And by the way, are you saying this in general, or because Expedition 33 is a horror RPG?
Oh my god, what is
What
it?
happened? This is devil's work. We should get out of here.
Just to know how to phrase my commentary.
We have feared the most.
I actually wanted to make one. Dream Anesthesia was meant to be a horror RPG, although tactical. But at some point I was thinking like maybe tactical is too hard and it would have been better to be just a normal RPG. Might be a horror RPG, more horror elements though, I see. Like, I actually feel like I would have had a bigger chance of finishing or at least advancing the game if it wasn't tactical, because tactical is very hard to design. But yeah, you have a bunch with horror elements. Like, even Undertale has a bunch of that. And I want to say Omori as well. I haven't played it, but... like, all of the Earthbound-like have the horror elements, but it's usually more like psychological or just like trauma-based horror and stuff like that. Instead of like directly horror. Can you scrap the tactical? I can. But I also like... I kinda lost the motivation on Dream Anesthesia. Long ago. Whereas with this new project, everything feels very fresh. And it's also like a little bit less serious. The thing with psychological horror is that it's hard to not be serious and just have fun. If you want to keep the tone of it. Whereas this game is just it's just your regular RPG, which again can have horror elements from time to time, but it's not the center of it, so I can just have fun. I keep not attacking the door, that's a mistake. What do you think about action elements in turn-based RPGs? I need to think of examples. Like, the only example I can think of right now is the overdrives in FFX, for example.
You have come to return.
Do you have any other examples? If it's like that, I don't mind it unless it really detriments the experience. I guess Mario RPG has some of those. Now I think about it. And the Mario and Luigi series. Where it's like you have to hit a button on a specific moment. Or like it has like a mini game to make an attack more like stronger or something. Yeah. In those cases, I'm fine with it if it doesn't kill the pace of the fight. And for me, some of the Paper Mario stuff, Mario and Luigi and Mario RPG, sometimes it kills the pace. Like when you can do a Link combo of like 100 attacks, and you're kind of encouraged to do it because you're gonna do more damage, that is a pace killer for me. Or like when you have to win a minigame every time you do a certain skill, which tends to be your stronger skill, so the one you're more encouraged to do. I actually don't like that. So I think it has to be like, there's a fine line from when it becomes a pace killer. I like when it's a little bit of it. Like the small things on Mario RPG were pretty cool.
Dreams.
Now, I am the biggest fan of not having to do anything. Of literally just playing an action RPG or a turn-based RPG. That I'm a biggest fan of. So my game actually doesn't have anything of that. There are no mini games on the fight. No time attacks, no QTEs. Because of the dodging more than the attacking. Yeah. Yeah, I think the dodging is pretty cool. I think that's a good It's also because the reward for the player, you know, it's like, it's good. You know, you dodge or you get less damage, I don't remember. Whereas in the other one, so it's not a pace killer. It's like very fast. Pace is like one of the most important things in game design. People don't, I think, don't value pace enough when it comes to game design. A lot of critics don't even talk about pace when they critique games. But I think pace might be one of the most fucking important, like, pace and rhythm of the game. It's probably one of the most important things you have to think about when you're designing a game. Like a good example of a pace killer for this game, for example, is Edward Enga. There's a lot of running. There is no encourage to fight anywhere in Enga, like it is on here, for example, in this chapter. You actually have a reason to fight. And so, even though there is a lot of enemies and stuff, you are encouraged to do fighting, whereas in Edward Enga you are not encouraged to do anything. Is Hero Shakespeare. Sucks. It's a big time loss. Oh yeah. So I don't have a whole lot of magic. That sucks.
Happening.
Why is my magic so ass? What the fuck? That's weird. I feel like my magic shouldn't be this ass. Wow. What? Where did I spend all my magic? Did I do 2 recos on the horror? That's so weird. I might need an extra reco. Or just play risky. A no Pancho War record, yeah. I really need one. I mean, so far this is... It's actually Pancho. I've got a lot of Pancho-less. Because the only Panchos that show up in my chat are Frank. I think that's it, actually. Now, if it is a Poncho-less... I hit my leg. Yeah. Almost all my records have been with Poncho lately. Okay, I'm actually gonna discuss this. Okay. Either poncho or like my pajamas. It's not really my pajamas, but it's like my most comfy outfit, where I don't even use bra and all that. 1, 2. The Panchos. I have several Pancho friends. So, and in Chile, there's a very common name, Francisco. Extremely common name. For men in particular. I know a couple Franciscas as well. My sister, for example. But not as many as Franciscos. It's extremely common in Chile. I have several friends that are called Francisco, and we call Franciscos Panchos in Chile. And I think it's also very common in Mexico as well, to call Franciscos Panchos. Maybe just most of Latin America, but I know specifically Chile and Mexico. Oh, come on. It's the first one of the day. Yeah, like in English, what is the closest name to Francisco? I guess it's Frank. So it will be a nickname for Frank. But you have other nicknames. Like, for example, you have Bob. Bob is not a name, right? It's for Robert, isn't it? Although I bet there are people that are actually called Bob, right? Just uncommon. We don't have Bobs here. Although we do have Robert in Spanish, which is Roberto. But I don't think I know any Robertos that call themselves Bobs. So that time loss is very unfortunate. That's the head of Shakespeare. That is a plus 11 from a plus 10. So, sort of 20-second time loss. Sucks. That's stinky. I'm supposed to save timing green. But it's out of my control. That time loss, at least. Oh no, wait. It's not just that. Actually, the 20 seconds makes sense. Because I was thinking... Head of Shakespeare is not 20 seconds. That is... Bloodbath is 20 seconds. Head of Shakespeare must be like... 13 or 14. But I also got lag. On top of the head of Shakespeare, so yeah.
By the sudden mention.
20-21 seconds actually makes sense. Sucks. Both out of my control, by the way. It's pure RNG. Yeah, Dick is another very common one, which is so funny to me because it's literally cock, right? For Richard, yeah. Like Dick Wolf, the guy from Law and Order. There's a lot of weird shit like that in English. Like, there's this very old expression.
Amazing.
Pardon my boner, which is like, sorry for my mistake or my typo, I don't remember. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean, pardon my boner, dude? Like, I've seen it when I was studying at university. I had to read some old like math or physics books. And I remember seeing on one of them a part of my boner that the editor put on a paragraph because of they were correcting a current version, like a current edition of the book, and they were correcting a mistake from a previous edition. And so that's the boner, the mistake from the previous edition. So they had to add like a little rectangle with some information at the end of the page. Sacha is nickname for Alexander. Are you kidding me? I had no idea. I thought Sacha was a name. But you mean Alexander, not Alexandra? Because I thought Sacha was like feminine. And I thought it was just like Alex, short for Alexander, and Alexander as well, I guess. Here in Chile, for both, interesting. Never seen the masculine case, that's pretty cool. In Chile, Sacha is a dog name. Like, I've never met a person named Sacha. But I met probably at least 3 dogs called Sacha. No. I don't remember if I grabbed the other bullets, so I'm just gonna grab these ones. Worst case scenario, I lose like 0.8 seconds. Maramao. Señorota. There are people just named Sacha though? Okay. That's good to know. It's a cool name. But in Chile it is an animal code name. Like or like a pet code name in my country. As is with, I think, other nicks. Like names that would be either names or nicks on other countries. A lot of the time are pet names in Chile. So here, if the Guardian is not coming this way, it's actually optimal to have your headphones and use this stereo audio to recognize when he's stopped teleporting. But I'm lazy, so I kind of forgot to put them on. Optimally, I want to put them on, but sorry. Also got lucky, so doesn't matter. Shields. I'm really starting to like that menu. The more familiar I get with it. This game speedrun has very satisfying menus. When you get good at them, it feels so good.
The ancients' influence was incredible. From
So you see, we are already starting to see less golds. But on second half of the run, we can still see several golds. It's just that now I played early game enough, I think, that we are probably not gonna see a whole lot of golds. But I would say even from here, I can probably gold every split. Not that it's easy, but it can still happen, I think. Even if it's a small one. Nice dropper. Ultra Instinct hands. Yeah, like, for example, in Michael, I actually have a quote-unquote easy gold. I just need to play clean, and I will get a gold. That one is not hard. Maybe second half of Paul as well. It's the other one I'm thinking. And then I think the other goals are harder. Cancel. Jesus. Okay, my magic might be a little bit fucked. We'll see. No, it's fine. Or is it actually not familiar? For the handle. I'm just used to have good magic on handle always, so we'll see here. My guess is that it's fine. It looks fine. Yeah, it's fine. Freya is making biscuits. I'm gonna get a lot of damage here. But at the price of a better angle, so alright. And the extra damage barely matters in handle. Even with this extra damage here, it doesn't matter as much. Just recover a lot more in this category. In 80%, extra damage is really bad. Can even be dangerous. Gary, your eye. What's going on? Yeah, I'm supposed to do that.
Remember me, Alex?
I gotta see where, because, well, actually, let's check my sanity first before I say anything, because I don't know if I have less than health. I don't. So okay, so I actually cannot do a error cinematic skip. You need to have less than 50%, otherwise it's impossible. It just won't trigger. I mean, the cinematic will trigger, but you can trigger another sanity effect in order to avoid it. It might be better to not trigger an attack on the second zombie. Maybe even on the first one, I'm not sure. I can probably skip one money here. That's very interesting. That thing was still going. It actually saved time. I don't know how that works. Okay, I don't like these zombies. We'll see what happens later. I also don't like this one.
Don't let him get me. Oh, help me.
Okay. Yeah, Chad, you know what's the secret of life?
Can't be happening.
That's the secret of life. Oh, please don't explode. It might trigger an explosion, I actually don't know. We'll see after this. I did it way too early. Dude, just... Oops. Just walk into this. Rubber cannot clean the cobweb. Too close again. Keep getting that. I don't even know how to call that. It's like a dead beep run. Into someone from farther away. I think I have enough magic that I don't need to sneak at all. Yeah. Now that I have to cast it from farther. Or do the Reco before the bull. So I can do the money more clean. So like micro adjustments that I still need to do. I have so much magic that I'm actually gonna just do manips. Like it doesn't feel correct to do a no magic message from here. You suck, you suck, you suck. Oh my god, what the fuck? Insane. And we're running against a gold or not? No, I'm not running against. I'm running against a 10-second, but I might be tied or even losing time here. Like this has been a little bit disastrous. At least we got this consolation prize. The secret to life is get lucky. No joke. We're up all night to get lucky. Okay, actually saving time. So the other Lindsay was even worse. So that means I have a very good gold on that segment. Like probably like 5 or 4 seconds that I can gold there. Where do you got that pickaxe? I don't have any pickaxe in my inventory. Attack pool.
You are not free to leave this plane.
In Europe, during the time of the Inquisition,
I didn't do diagonal menuing. Sucks. Yeah, I believe this goal is pretty good. Like, this feels like a hard to beat goal. It's a little bit of a short segment though. I guess it's not that short. We still do a lot of stuff in Alex. I just kind of forget about that. And he's shorting 80%.
Ah, Brother Luther, not a moment too soon.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Pretty good. So that trick, for example, is something you should never do unless you're a top runner. I think it says like 5 seconds. But if you fail it, you lose like 40. Super not worth it. Depending on your level. I'm just very used to it. And it doesn't kill the run. Like, you're not gonna soft lock or crash. But you might get 0 health. And that's the 40-second loss or 30-second loss is recovering all your health. Plus all the time you spend on the setup that is meant to save time, but if you're not saving time, then all of that is like cost. And there's no benefit. It's also completely optional. It doesn't change the route or anything. So another cool thing about this game, there are a lot of tricks that don't change the route. You can literally just add them or get them out, and everything is pretty much the same. Good. Like, for example, I got rid of the very hard trick to skip Roberto's initial cutscene. Only saves 2 seconds, but it can crash or soft lock your game. Not worth it, in my opinion. I got rid of it, and I don't need to practice anything. It's literally just don't do it. Like this one, for example, this is a little bit more tricky. If you're not doing it, that means you need to practice the other fight, which is a little bit different, just a tiny bit different. It's still not that crazy of a difference. Yeah, makes sense. Very good gold. But this right here is a segment I think where I can make a better gold. Because I haven't perfected the menus yet. Attack sword. Dude. Stop. No, dude. No, I don't think I can hold. I'm gonna cast the pool. Should I cast it immediately? Let's cast it immediately. So I have more time to recover health. It might not matter, but... Although maybe it helps for bleeding balls? Question mark? Feels like another thing that I should check later. So that's an scenario where if you get that on any percent, it's extremely bad. Here on 100%, it doesn't matter. This matters though. Ugh. I'll say it again, I have a very good possible goal to make in this segment. You see why? Because I still suck at it. I have bleeding walls now. Supposed to save time here. I don't know if I will. I know it looked like a noob just hitting the wall over and over, but there is a strat where with a neutral attack to the body, if you have good spacing, you still hit the zombie. I just missed that trick. Over and over. And it's the fastest way to cross that. Because it's only one attack if you get it correctly, instead of two. But of course, if you don't get it, it's faster to do too. Another thing that you don't need to practice if you are not a top runner. We're talking about 0.5 seconds or so. So that's what it takes to do an attack, more or less. And there's even an argument for me to not needing to do it. Needed to do it. Because I can still save 3 minutes in my record. 2 minutes, I'm sorry. 2 minutes, not 3. So you could argue that I don't need to go for 1 second tricks, but that trick, you know, most of the time it doesn't make me lose 5 seconds. Mentor expel, yes indeed. We use the hell out of pull. At least. It's the... Is it the only one we use? I believe. So that sucks a little bit. I think it is. Yeah, it is. On Chaturgam 100%, we also use Invisible. That's about it. And for fun, in marathons, you can use Dispel. It's slower, like a couple frames. But if you want to show one more Mantrox spell, you can use Dispel. Like a couple times, maybe. Chill zombie Dispel. Okay, I forgot the assignment. But I can assign on Trapper. Because the horror died. Okay. Assign on Trapper. Sign this spell. Like there, for example, you can do a mantra dispel instead. But it takes one more input. Which, if you're a TIS, is 1 frame. But RTS Piggy should be more. Should be a couple frames. That delightful scream. So because I interrupted the cutscene with the trapper in order to move in the cutscene, you get the flag of opening the door, but you don't see the animation of the door, like the reveal of the door. So the collision's still there, and I was actually inside of the collision for a little bit. 12. Oh my god. Oh. Even with the perfect menus I had. Holy shit. I really got stuck on the zombies, huh? Because that's 12 from a 10. Time loss.
Much has been written about
So
the
yeah, golded
exploits of
here,
conquerors.
but I can probably gold again. On Roberto. My Roberto is not optimal yet. Getting a little cold and the hands are cold. Might need my heater. Give me reflection. Nice shot. Is it zombie immediately? No, chill. This might be late. Okay, I think we're good. Was scary. Yeah, 3 probably means the strawberry is alive. Punch the tome. I love punching the tome. I also love when I have a weapon at that point and I can shoot it or slice the tome. It's very hard to actually hit the tome with the attack. Like most of the time, if you punch it, it will fail. There's like specific angles where you will actually punch it, and I think it's character dependent as well. I try to do it, but it's hard. Or more like hard, I kind of need to go out of my way, you know, to do something that it's not required. It's just fun. But it also doesn't lose time if you do it correctly, technically. It's like swag.
Don't. It's
Robert Toe. Yo, Frank, how's it going? Bob. Roberto Bianchi. One, 2, 3. I need to hold down for 3 seconds before changing my angle. That's to get farther enough out of bounds and cross the collision from behind, and then just walk on until you get to the loading zone. So we were just talking about that. This is no longer, if this is a record, it's no longer a Pancho-less record. Thanks to Frank. I got 5 kilos of palta. A gift from the Campo family. Nice. That's like a lot of paltas. And that's also very expensive in this economy, right? Like a lot of Chileans are suffering because of the price of paltas lately. I'm good because I don't eat palta. A lot of people hate me for that. But I always say to them, but that means there's more palta for you. Don't hate me. You're giving it away? That's a good Chilean right there. It's just very nice, like when you have like fruit trees. On my oldest house that I live, very long ago when I was younger. I'm still a little young, but no, when I was a child, you know. We have a lemon tree, un limonero, on our house, and we always, I told you about the gold, by the way. I can still gold by more than that. We always had 1 million lemons, and they were massive. And we were just give it to a lot of people. You know, we always had lemons, And apart from that, we would just give lemons to our neighbors or family. Because it's just too much for one family. And that's fine.
The war to end
Amazing.
all wars.
Everyone,
redefined how
like, that's the
mankind-
dream, right? Like, I don't know who wrote that, but I remember a friend telling me about an anarchist that wrote, this is like long ago, but something like, society needs to have like fruit trees like everywhere, like on the street, you know? Like if there are fruit trees everywhere, you would save so much money. Like collectively, right? If everyone has one on their house. Well, provided that you have a house, which is hard by these days. But if you have one. And everyone has a fruit tree. And you can just share different like stuff, right? At least no damage. Let's go. Okay, I have a goal in Peter as well. And I think my menu wasn't perfect, so I might have another one, but I still think this goal is not easy to beat. Like, definitely harder than the Roberto one. I also think I grabbed extra bullets in my record, which is not necessary. Oh, the lights took some time to come back. Like that's a little bit of any percent brain. On any percent you grab extra items because you need to manipulate memory heap. Here we don't do that. The fruit seller is unhappy now. But I mean, worst case scenario, we can all be fruit sellers. You know, like you sell it to your neighbors, but at a very, you know, nice price. Which most of the time is just gonna be like, hey, I have 1,000,000 lemons. You have 1,000,000 paltas. How about you give me some paltas and I give you some lemons? How about that? And then you don't need any money involved, right? I don't see bleeding walls. Sucks. Can I do manips? This is the only thing I don't like about the Mandor pool. I almost never see bleeding walls. And I don't like that. I don't like having to manic here. There's gotta be a fix to that. But I need to find it. Because I also don't have like a fixed pattern to do manips here because I never do it. And that means if I manip too much, I'm gonna lose a lot of magic. Which is fine. And if I manip too little, I might get a TV shut off. Which is something that should never happen. You would make limonada. I think we used to make limonada and do everything you can do with lemons, and we still have just so many. the lemon tree we had was massive. And also very tall. So we actually had a hard time getting some of the tallest lemons. Oh, I think my zombie was pretty slow. Whatever, girl. Let's go. Yeah, makes sense. I saw a documentary about paltas using so much water to make them grow that it's making a lot of rivers dry because of it. Yes. That kind of sucks. But it is also... It's not a palta exclusive problem. A lot of the problem is about monocultivos, if you're familiar with that term, which is making just one plant, like a lot of one plant grow in the same place instead of multiple kinds of plants, because that kind of kills the soil. Because it's just one plant sucking all the water, and you don't have like biodiversity that a forest will have or something like that. So palta is definitely a big thing, but it's not just the palta. It's a bigger problem than that, I would say. Alright, Chad, I'm not gonna look at you for a while because this is one of arguably the most technical part of the run. Door? Okay. Can I use salty water? I see. $44, $54, 59. Just grow them in the ocean. Problem solved. Oh, dude. Everything was so clean until that. So you can one-shot the vampire, but you need to land every hit of the shotgun. You miss one hit, you don't one-shot it. So it has to be point blank, and also depends a little bit on the vampire animation and all that. That was very good movement. Usually my movement is not that clean there. That makes me happy. Nice. That probably would have been a gold if it wasn't for the bad shot on the vampire. This is another moment where I should have my phones. Do a money. I mean, it can be better. I think it's even with the Guardian there, I think I skipped the sanity damage. We might see it on number 8 though, maybe. See? Yep, there it is. And I'm barely over 50%. And let's see, now it's 6. Get the trappers, but I also get the guardian right after that. I might need another mine. It's one of the bad parts about this route in Edward. I'm saving a bunch of time on other chapters by carrying Mantork 3 Bull until here, and a bunch of time Peter by never making 7 Mantork Bull. But I am losing some time here in Edward, always, compared to the other route. The net should be possible, but it means I had to get rid of my old gold for this chapter, because that was with 7 pull, and I cannot beat that ever. But I'm saving more than that time in Peter, so it's fine. Now this trapper is... what the fuck? Okay, didn't get vision. Okay, there's the vision. So we might get TV shut off before next room. If we don't get it, or any good sanity effect, I need a money. Because I can see a sanity effect here. So normally you don't see sanity effects in Edward, they're deactivated. But I currently have a glitch. Which is the glitch that allowed me to save during the vampire section. You are not allowed to do that normally. And one of the consequences of that glitch is that you can see sanity effects on the main room. In fact. And like bad ones. I'm talking like, you know, 20 seconds of sanity effect. Have I gotten every quarter cancel so far? Maybe I missed one. Pretty good. Not a useless time save. It's like 0.3 to 0.4 seconds per every time you do it. But there's like 18 of them. So it ends up saving a decent amount of time. Like 6 seconds maybe at the end. Like you shouldn't sleep on that. Please explode. I really don't know how to do this on 100%. Like, the camera is so much different because of the trapper. I might need to do like the completely opposite direction. So that's the second time I miss Zelda. Or is dead. You know, I actually don't know the specifics of the time save for Edward. Like, I think when I measured it, it was for Alex. And yeah, it is animation dependent. How much time you save. Please give me a little trapper for once here. That's a good trapper, thank you. Now, what about the other trapper? Okay, it's not here. Good. There it is, I saw it. It's far away. Probably do a sneak turn around there. Even the tiniest sneak helps in these routes. Number 3. I'm tired. I'm not gonna lie, I actually miss 7 pool. It made everything so much easier. But it is slower. Optimally speaking. Not by a whole lot, we're talking about a couple seconds. Maybe like 4. I think it's more than that. Maybe like 5. Still not a lot. So again, another thing that you shouldn't do unless you're a top runner. Okay. That's a little bit of a time loss. I still skipped the cutscene, but I pressed start too late. So I lost some time. One. So there, I could have crossed in the middle. Just didn't have the guts. There was no double arm, but whatever. And 7. Okay. I'm currently out of bounds during this cutscene. I'm gonna make a save for later. And then get this message. This allows me to pause during this cutscene. Then if I watch another cutscene inside of it, I get rid of the black bars, which prevent my movement. I can move during the cutscene. I'm very close to that entrance right there. Just out of camera. And I was invisible too. Which is something that happens during most in-game cutscenes. Your character is loaded, just invisible in a corner. And if you leave the room, you cancel that cutscene and also warp into the room. That's Enga Destruction Warp. It saves a bunch of time. Because you don't come back to the spire. And the save file, I got it for a little something that we're gonna set up now. We're gonna do a little bit of a time travel to get the Enga flag that I just set up at the end of Enga. The flag that destroys Enga on Edward is the exact same flag the game uses for completing Enga in Alex and activating the final Pius portal. So if I have a way to recover that flag, because every time you finish Edward, the flag like gets unset again. So now I lost the flag. But if we're lucky, I'm gonna be able to set it up again, hopefully fast. We'll see. Because it's one of the hardest tricks in the game. I got this 5th try on my record. Never had a man speak like this man before. I think it's too late. There goes 30 seconds. Can still save a minute and a half. Come on, dude. 1 minute. Please. I'm just gonna match with index, fuck it. I don't care if it hurts. Okay, we're saving how much? A minute or 30 seconds? I actually don't remember. We'll see. So I load the Edward save file. That's the time travel. And I watch a cutscene. I set up the restore point there. That restores Alex to this point. And allows me to warp into the cutscene.
There is like.
Okay, 30 seconds. Oh, I guess a minute actually. I'm minus 30. And because I warp into the cutscene, I warp right before the flag gets set up in the cutscene. So I wait for the flag to set up, which I know exactly when it happens. And now we have the Enga flag. If I did it correctly, there's a chance that I left too early and the flag is not set. So just know that. And I have no way to know until we get to the end of the game. But it should be set up. And if it is, then when I get to Enga and Alex, Enga is gonna be completed. And I can just go straight to Bios. It's what we call the Enga skip. So, in any percent, you only do Alex Enga. You know, optimally, because you skip Edward. In 100%, you only do Edward Enga. If you play optimally, because of this card trick, you can skip Alex Enga. So every category, well, not every category, but the two main categories of the game only do Enga once. Which is pretty cool, because I hate doing Enga twice. One of the few things I don't like about this game, because I like most things about this game. I think this game is amazing. The one thing I don't like very much is having to do Enga twice. Whatever. Just do it like this. I might need to wait. Okay. Very suboptimal. Whatever. Okay, that was also a little slow, but it's gonna save me time later on the other assignment. It's a decent angle, it's not the best. This is another warp, effigy warp, similar to the previous one. To the one on Edward. It's pretty much always the same like formula for these warps. Like get a message so you can pause, and then watch a cutscene so you can move. Yeah, I nuke those trucks. That's what happened. So we barely have enough magic to do 2 binds and a record here. But actually you don't have enough magic to do 2 binds. Ooh, you didn't die. Is that bad? Please tell me I have more than 40. Oof, I just have over 40, holy shit. Please tell me all the blues are ready, look at me. Cool. Cool. Okay, that means my bomb strat is wrong. So yeah, that's bind skip. Like if you have the theory behind it is bind advances the cutscene, and if you do another bind during the cutscene, you will advance it again, and advancing again just completes the cutscene, right? But there's no way to get enough magic for 2 binds. Normally. But we don't play normally, right? We do glitches. And one thing you can do is you can do a free cast with a Reco. And when you get an explosion, which you can only get it once per playthrough, by the way. I save it the entire playthrough to get it there. It's a sanity effect after the explosion is a sanity effect, which means you recover all your stats that you had before the sanity. And that includes the magic you spend on the bind. So then you have exactly the amount of magic you need for another bind. You do 2 in a row, you skip it. Shoot there. I'll try to put my phones during this. I don't see a sanity effect. That sucks. Okay, we got Enchanted Gladius, we have everything. Just gotta finish the game. We're only gonna dispel here. Aw, I didn't match hard enough. Whatever. It's only 0.8 seconds. That's a little bit of a late split. And the time loss comes from, in the record, I saw bleeding walls, which means I don't need to do manips in the doors. And that loses a little bit of time. Like, TIS speaking, it's only like 2 frames, maybe? But RTA speaking is a lot more. You can't input things that fast. So it adds up. Good thing is I have a time-saving Pious. Because we got shields. The last one. So you see here, listening to the artifact allows me to know where it probably is. Why in max? Why the long one in max? Please no Santec. Just please no Santec. Nice. Too far away. Nice. I think that's a pretty good price.
Ah, that's the ticket.
Nice. Not quite the 50 though. Sucks. But still much better. Like this is at the serve war record, unlike the other, the -8. No, this is This is more like it.
It is finally over.
Again, unfortunate that it's not the 150, but
The ancient
it's fine.
plans are finished. For
Just
now, at least,
arbitrary numbers, right?
you have proved to be an incredibly courageous young woman. Your mother and father would have been proud of you, just as I am. I'm sorry it had to be like this. It's not quite the inheritance I had in mind for you. But there was so
Yeah,
little
that's
time.
quite the good pious.
And
It
so
wasn't
much
a
to
gold,
do.
but it was still pretty good.
Goodbye, Alex. I will miss you.
Like, I fucked it up at the end. My spacing wasn't great. I actually,
As I
with
gazed
perfect
at the
spacing,
ancient,
maybe I could have got
wanted to
the,
whisper
like,
to
another
stop
3 seconds, but I'm
Pius.
not entirely sure.
My mistake was made clear. This ancient could lay the world to ruin just as easily as Pius's would have. And yet, as quickly as it began, it ended. To think that once I could not see beyond the
Are you kidding me? This is the...
to see those who dwell behind.
Oh,
I was once a fool.
Chad, this is the run. So, I was talking about my previous record. One of the, like, weird things is that, yeah, my early game was pretty good. Like, my super early game. Like, I'm talking about Pius Elia. And so I was always seeing red Pius Elias all the time. But this was the one run of today where my Pius Elia is green. And that means it's greener than the other run. So now I'm gonna be redder all the time on Pius Elia. Isn't that amazing? I might literally discount a couple seconds there and put it somewhere else. Because you know splits are arbitrary and whatever. Just so I'm not red all the time. If I put those seconds somewhere else, it's completely fine because it's like you're doing average, a little bit of average splits. So I have still a bunch of seconds on Anthony. This is the ass run on Kareem. So honestly, even if I'm red on the first 3 splits, now I have like 20 seconds to save on Kareem. That's a plus 10 from a plus 10. So it's a plus 20 or 21. It was a sanity effect, I think. Head of Shakespeare, I believe. Plus lag. That's the 21 seconds. Which means, in general, I should save at least 15 of those, you know? Even if I don't play perfect. Then Max. I think Max was pretty good. Pretty solid. First Lindsay. Pretty good. Second Lindsay, even though I save time, I can save more. I can goal that. It wasn't clean at all, actually. I saved time because the record was also bad. First Paul, that was compared to a gold, so I can save a tiny bit. Second Paul, so let's analyze that. So I can be like -5 until here, and then here I lost 15 seconds, 12 seconds to a bad corridor. So that should be an easy like 10 seconds. So that's -15 or so. Goal Roberto, I can still goal another time, but you know, it's fine. Peter, it's 2 seconds from a goal. I still have some adjustments to do on Peter, but it's alright. Edward was pretty clean. I have like 3 seconds of the bad vampire. Still fine. Enga was clean. Endgame was really clean. and Pius was so good that I'm probably expected to lose a lot of the time. So those 15 seconds that we're talking about, I need to only lose like 10 of those seconds on endgame. That way we are on like high 150, and then I need first try cutscene restore, which is a minute of save, and with that we get the 149. It's hard. It's actually hard. Like I from now on, if I actually want the 149, I need to reset on every. Like I need to be ahead on Kareem. Hopefully minus 10 on Kareem always. To have like a chance of it. If I'm minus 15, better. But I think I need minimum minus 10. Plus first try restore. I can like cut another 30 seconds. Or not another. Just 30 seconds if I get it second try. This one was third. And that will probably give me the 150. But again, if we want the 149, that's the only way to get it. And I know my sum of best is 148. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm actually a little bit confused about it. Because it feels too low. It feels way too low. Now that I'm seeing that with a good run plus the first try, I'm barely getting the 49, like 49.50, you know? Or not. Wait. Check. Yeah, because it's only 1 minute, right? Let's see, custom restore. My gold is 223 and the record was 424. And if I save these splits, oh, I need to reset. Oh, that sucks. Okay. And now save. 223 and this one was at 331. Okay, so it's like a minute 10 seconds. I get it. Okay. So technically this exact same run, if I get it first try, cutscene restore, it is a 49 in fact. So I have a little bit more leeway than I thought. Honestly, I think I'm gonna keep this Pius as a gold. Because I just haven't seen the other gold in like 3 years. And let's see what else. I am tempted to like copy these splits to a new file just to check if the sum of splits is correct, or like put the numbers on Excel and see if that sum is actually correct. Sometimes this happens, especially when like a lot of I've been sharing a lot of splits between categories. For example, it says 71 attempts, but that's not completely true. A bunch of those are Uyao 100%. I mean, sorry, Chaturga 100% and Settled 100%. And I'm just adding them because it's mostly the same run. So I am sharing a lot of stuff between different categories. And when I do that with files on light splits, sometimes like the sum of best gets a little junky and a little glitchy in my experience. and I've seen this where I do a new file, I put everything manually, and the sum of best is different because it's literally like skipping one of the segments or something. It could be one of those, or it could be that just my goals are incredible. I'm just very surprised that, you know, with the analysis, a really good run with first try cutscene restore, it's gonna be like a either high 49 or like middle 49. Like, where is the other minute and a half coming from? I know I'm good at the game, but are my goals really that good? I mean, maybe. Could be. Goals are a beast sometimes. You are that good? I'm not sure. I have to check. Again, I wish this didn't happen, because it has happened to me with several runs that my summon best gets glitch. Several. Like at least 5 times, I would say. And I think like 3 of those are probably on Eternal. Because of the multiple categories I played. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's 4 hours, and it is kind of late, yeah. So I should actually just go eat. I was thinking if it wasn't this late and it was like 3.5 hours of stream, I would probably do some Discogs. But I'm actually kind of hungry. So I'll leave it here. We got a Poncho-less record, chat. Let's go. Tomorrow, I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream. I have girlfriend during the day, and then towards the night we have to do some work with a friend. Like, I'm probably gonna have a call with him, and we need to adjust some stuff on the university Go Club, and that might take too much. So if I stream tomorrow, it's not gonna be like record attempts for sure. It might be shorter, maybe just Discogs, or maybe, I don't know, something else. If not, then, you know, Wednesdays also no stream. So, you know, worst scenario, I see you on Thursday. Best scenario, I see you tomorrow, but very late and maybe not the longest stream. Okay. So, goodbye, chat. Have a good one.